Hello there, YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. Hello. We're here with Case 2 Part 2. The Greatest Chronicles. Continue. Investigation Part 3. I'm excited. Is everybody excited? I'm excited. To know more, like, how were they poisoned? What's strychnine? What in the fuck? Where is all my stuff? 22nd February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, right. This takes place before we set up shop. We made it back in one piece just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages in the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it. That's all. But I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It's Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him, that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. I was supposed to be the great judiciary assistant. Well, yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same thing if he were here with us. Thank you, Sato-san. Thank you. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Carefully, you're phrasing, Sato-san. He didn't poison anything. There's more to this than Mr. Shamspeare than we have... There's more to this Mr. Shamspeare than we have yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspeare certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Is it the same one that we go to? Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners call it. Yep, same one. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Oh yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What next? So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then... Obviously. Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. Oh, that's right. I should also move the chat box. Back up here, methinks. Right there. Good. Looking good. Okay. Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap.
Well, we run to Inspector Gregson. We can ask him about that. Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now. He's so fierce and determined in court. But after the trial, the crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes. You could fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. But you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me. I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day...
One day what?
Oh, no. Never mind. Huh?
Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes. He's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yes, that's right. But...
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all.
Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions?
I mean this.
His katana?
I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course.
I know. It was because I asked you to take it.
When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage.
Yes.
Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do. Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue.
I see.
Kazuma. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Asogi. So I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm. All the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me.
I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much.
Ah. Are you sure that's not to do with your reading in bed or the like?
You know what? What does that do?
You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you?
Well, that's what shows that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate.
I'm not sure that really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid.
I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Often, when the police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone.
You're stopped by the police? Often?
Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner dressed all in black with a sword at my side.
I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband.
Yes, I've made up my mind that I'll carry them always. The symbol of who I am, the sword Karuma. Let's go check in on Mr. Sasaki. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's feeling good. New armband? Nah, same one. February, local prison, cell 9.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back.
There he is. Mr. Natsume, hello!
I am a cat.
Sorry?
I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Erlock Sholmes. I don't know what courts or trials or bailies. I am a cat. What I am, just a cat. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality.
Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then?
As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
Do you think you can open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
Mm-hmm. I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate!
Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, local student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent! In court, in my lodgings! Here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss? Oh, yes, we must. My guy is gone. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire! You're too kind.
Scott and Yaru found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak.
Okay, well, I'll wait. I'll take this.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki's certainty. Well, that's good.
Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh, yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the same time, you were both completely fine. Shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then.
Mr. Shamspear? That's rotten Shamspear! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all!
Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I would have chosen to live in a cursed. I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence, such accursed lodgings.
I thought that was only because it was cheap. Yes, you said because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lives there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me.
Capital offender?
Might I ask locum student Mr. Naruda Esquire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps?
Sure. Guess I can do that. Here. Here's one, right here. Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Ah, there it is. That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding into the depths of despair.
Oh, no, wait. Continue on. Sorry.
Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur.
You've really gone off soap, haven't you?
Absolutely. I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship finished firmly forever.
I see.
I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume.
I guess that's it. For the time being, I suppose. I gotta find him some more soap. Alongside anything else, anything new that comes up. Shall we go and say hello to Mr. Shones Knives?
Well, let's see if they're available.
22nd February. Shones' Suite. Iris!
Oh, Bruno and Susie! You're back!
Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. What, actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? It was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? Would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruto. Not quite what I asked, but still.
Mr. Sholmes? Whatever is that odor?
Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science.
Oh dear.
All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Oh, we'll talk about Lord Van Zeeks first instead of the foul smell. Lord Barak Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. I think I said that right. Sobriquet? Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how, exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring.
If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand.
As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible.
Oh?
Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper had always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the course, never to appear as a prosecutor again.
Yo, fucking Super Pog! Look at all these, oh yes! Look at those emotes, guys. Fuck yeah. Nice emotes. That's great. Yo, congrats, AJ. Those are all AJ's new emotes. If you haven't yet followed AJ, follow AJ Auditore. Unless I just copy paste, that'd be great. Whoops. I gotta remember I can't right click here. Whoosh. There we go. I gotta remember here. And then Control-C. And then... Whoops. Let me just accidentally ban you. Cool. There we go. I did it. Yay! Yeah, I know. 2 of them aren't yours. Is one of them Croa's? Did I say that right, Kitty? Yeah. Okay. Oh, so I can click that and just give you permission to post a link. Cool.
I'll remember to do that in the future next time. Okay. Anyhow. Where was I again? Oh yeah. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruto. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey.
Yo, Pog! Don't click on it. He's been hacked. That's something I forgot to do again as well.
Fuck.
I need to have like this super long command that just says like several different Discord servers that I'm a part of. Instead of having my own Discord server. Omega lol. That's actually not a bad idea for a puzzle. I don't have a Discord channel yet, but I will. Hopefully.
The bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Oh, Bruno, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Not incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Aha, suddenly.
Happy music. Let's talk about Japanese people first. Yeah, if you haven't yet, you can subscribe to me on YouTube. That's where I put up a lot of the VODs. I actually just got done with getting the VOD ready for Great Ace Attorney 2 Part 1 and Part 2. I'm about to post them online after this stream is over. Maybe. We'll find out. It depends on how long they'll take. I also need to get together. I want to edit a video, not like too terribly long or funny, just something to commemorate the different seasons that we've had in the past. I think I first started recording back during Season of the Chosen for not Season of the Chosen, Season of the Worthy, when they had the whole Almighty thing fall down. So I think that's the first time I started recording stuff. So I may even have stuff during Season of Arrivals. I shouldn't have too much, but I should have some there. So we'll find out. Anyhow.
Ryusuke? Okay. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. You can almost call him a racist. Indeed, it is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Barrick Van Zeek chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No!
What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but...
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course. I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe.
Talk about this foul smell.
So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is a genuine drop of, some tea.
Oh my.
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris!
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black.
And what foul odor it's giving off.
Indeed. The blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation, also.
Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in the scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose we should find out more about that. Yes, tell me more. More forensic science. Change my name to Emma. So your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. In a sense, you're tooling cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our course as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't ever even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints. A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes.
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye-bye.
Bye, Susie. Damn it.
Damn, I thought you were just gonna continue saying bye-bye. Alright, well. Moving on, we gotta go to, a crime scene. Maybe we should go down to Briar Road first. Is that hat always there on the top right? Whatever. 22nd February, Mr. Natsumi's lodgings, ground floor. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually.
The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. There's something on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With a tea in it. Yeah, we found it all right. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. What the hell? How'd you get here so fast? Oh, while he works on that, I'm gonna take a look around the room. That looks important to me. Alongside this down here. That looks important to me as well. Alright, well, it looks like I've checked everything except for this. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window.
Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you?
That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susato.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruto.
Here's the second cup. Ah, the ill-fated teacup from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now I think of it, I am sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives poison.
That's fiction, Mr. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. Soap.
So, it turns out that Mr. Shamsby wasn't eating the soap at all.
That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved.
Yes, to prise his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two.
It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce.
Are you looking for new clues, Inspector?
On Lord Van Zeek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says.
Oh dear. Poor you.
Yeah, poor me. But we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say.
Well, at least he's honest.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, I once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam.
Oh yeah. Time for him to make a huge mess.
What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruto. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print Seeker. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamsby's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There. Now, spray the chemical indicator about, and all will be revealed. Spray, how do I do that exactly? A little press of X on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator is in a pressurized gas. This is the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally while I was discovering this idea.
As you do.
Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question.
Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose.
Let's explore. Boom!
I fucking knew it!
Oh, look at all this here. Oh, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints.
Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot?
Perhaps we had a bad fall. Just here.
There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there?
I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor.
Yes, there's no obvious explanation.
Oh, somebody else ripped that then. Should be something on the chair. Yes, good. Weird little box. Should be on clothes, right? In the kettle. Some there. Should be some on the lamp, right? Look! There are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact.
There's a chill down my spine.
Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture.
Unlikely, I would say.
It's a rather dull scene after all.
Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel.
Very true, Mr. Sato.
Bit of a mystery then.
Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean?
Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I wouldn't be a moment.
What is it, Mrs. Sato?
Look here, Mr. Naruto. One of the floorboards has popped out.
What the... You mean...
It's a secret hiding place.
Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in there? Oi! What are you lot doing? What are you doing?
Inspector Gregson!
Stand aside right this minute. My job to investigate that. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around the floor here. Your fancy talk has put me off my food anyway, Sholmes. New bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, secret hiding place under the floor. What a find.
It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw to tummy mat.
No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden
Floorboards to move either.
It's got me wondering. Up the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate it once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
Disappointing. Then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
There you are, a print for you. A photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the corner. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker. Good. There are multiple prints on the other side of the hanging picture. Oh, thank you very much. This adventure can make prints too. I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know.
So am I.
Hands all over here and here. What would he be doing there? There's nothing behind the picture besides the wall itself. Perhaps something to do with the lamp right above it? God damn it. Too busy fiddling around with the stick.
This is why you don't fiddle around with your sticks, boys.
I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. Rejected. A dismissal failure. Oh, my bad, dismissal. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Kill to know what. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Alright then. Fair is fair. What? We did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oh, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. Newspaper clipping, photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving tea up in Manchester.
How terrible.
It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see. Nature got him first.
My goodness. He committed a capital offense.
A man by the name of Selden. Masterpiece of work into burglaries and murder. The little hoard he knocked off was about worth £1,000.
A hoard? Treasure, you mean?
Jewelry and the like, but he hid it somewhere and no one knows where. Now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline.
Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor?
I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up.
Capital offender article has been entered into the court.
Wait, what does this actually say? Newspaper article about Selden, a criminal was sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester Strangeways Prison. It's a Strangeways, what the fuck? Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with a fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Interesting. Photographic print. What is it of? Oh my fucking god, it's him. It's green.
So, this photograph I found. It looks reasonably recent to me.
Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps?
Perhaps. You take that print if you like.
Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true?
Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes.
My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
All the more reason I'm not telling you!
A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. The hidden photograph has been entered into the court record. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself isn't in it. Photograph prints are still rare treasures in the East End. Imagine Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Tin box.
Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it?
Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Narrator. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty. Although like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder.
May I please add it to the court record, sir? Just a little bit of evidence in the court record.
Oh! What are you doing up there? Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it?
I don't think we ever asked him, actually.
Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Wow, we got clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. He couldn't be happier now. Look.
Hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too.
Cat.
That was a cheeky little meow. Wagahai.
Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think you may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. I don't think there's anything else in the room. Just double check just to make sure.
So he came out from behind the set piece.
Interesting. Alright, well.
I think Gregson will be exploring the rest of that hole. So. For the time being, we should head up to Garrett's room and ask him about the picture.
22nd February. Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
Mr. Garridem appears to be out.
Well, I suppose we'll just come back later. Come back again later. Give me a chance to look around the room. Probably shouldn't look around in here whilst Mr. Garrett is out.
Ah, what a nice guy.
Ooh.
Oh, that ain't getting fixed. He still doesn't have the candle neither.
There's a candle, but there is one downstairs.
Oh shit. Alright. Let's see if we can head to Miss Green. See if she's still there.
The 2nd of February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Recovery ward.
What do you suppose is happening?
It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh, my fucking god.
Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken, my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, my lady. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you die from that poison. God of mercy, ample lady. But thou theist, I have vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Oh! Ah! Lo! 'Tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now?
What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare?
Mary, I do believe I'm returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Well, thank you.
But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it?
Oh.
Anon, exunt.
What a fruitcake. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Ah, Miss Green, is everything all right?
Yes, I mean, don't worry about me.
They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
Hello there, mouse.
An enormous mouse!
Vermin in the hospital. That doesn't seem best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say but that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking.
That must be a bag of Mrs. Green's personal belongings.
She would have to have been brought in directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or a family member probably brought some things for her.
Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Mrs. Narahudo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young lady might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. What's this one? Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so...
He or she is probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear. How worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes. It really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy.
Really? That's already checkmarked?
Nothing else, huh? What's this up here? There are lots of bottles in the cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That isn't worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits to even what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato. There are also some medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I didn't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I'm worried that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato. I guess that's it. Everything else is checkmarked. Well, I can't present anything to her, so I can't show her the picture.
Let's just check out on Briar Road and see if there's
Anybody here? 22nd February, Briar Road. Nothing, of course. Dash checkmarked. I guess I can go back and take a look at that picture again. Maybe something will change. But I imagine the little icon would change too. I'm gonna check Mr. Garrett room again, see if he's back yet.
visiting Miss Green. He's not. Go back to the prison. Whoops, I didn't mean to move. I meant to present. We found a couple of new pieces of evidence. Perhaps he could tell us more about Selden.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspier's room.
Oh. So he knew, did he?
Sorry? About this man, Selden.
A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache-line Japanese man.
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit.
The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. The Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings. Sigaradeb's house.
What? You lived where you do now?
That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my. Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense. But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. It was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started.
The curse?
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the out and from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas?
I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. Mr. Garradeb came to tell me later. I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I probably would have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. Garradeb, maybe. Not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you.
It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
They're trying to take me with them. They come for me to try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating and no on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible.
It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death.
And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspere last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned.
There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though.
Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garradeb's rooms?
You know anything about this photograph?
Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... Ah! It's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland.
What?
You're too kind. I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I was trying to give it to you, actually. Alright, now let's see if Mr. Garradeb's there. Pow! He is. 22nd February, Mr. and Mrs. Garradeb's room. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garradeb.
Quite bally business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss.
The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Of course. It caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, huh?
Well, at least you can poke fun at it.
Your lodgings and your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East, and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. It's a bloody curse.
Convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. And there was that woman who dropped dead just outside in the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. My next, huh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night. Both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so it's a blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury!
I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included. No fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir! That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East, and a failed actor, chap of questionable character, huh?
There's no need for that, Mr. Garradeb. That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background that he was keen on so much as cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof?
A failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months. It's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garradeb, if I might ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel as it happens.
Selden? A convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspear have some kind of connection, then?
A convict chap, Selden, passed away in a clink 3 months ago now, you see? Some malady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report in the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedy showed its face. The actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember quite distinctly.
'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, too desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that wouldn't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of a nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those crows may be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's the ground floor. It's ground floor, nothing.
Very well. We have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate.
What I heard in court today sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears of the rent, too. This fellow was a bally player, all right.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. Ah. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow! One of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature, you know. I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
Is he, by any chance, the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in the mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him?
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after that criminal Sheldon was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes.
Yes, well, anyway, there was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamp to see what my lodge was up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Some of the gas that alerted me it was.
Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death.
Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all badly collapsed.
Because of the gas?
Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed.
So Mr. Ross suffocated to death.
Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipe was so old and all that. I can tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house.
But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. The stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's just a bally curse. Convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now.
Someone's feeling defensive.
Ah, that reminds me, actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes. Where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk.
If you'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no.
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I've no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. It's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave Viola alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colourful darling. Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case, Suzuki-san, was in court and regained consciousness only yesterday. There's just a chance that her name has come up now. Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruto, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato.
Back to St. Bartholomew's, we must deliver a letter. We are... Oh.
We are in a rush.
22nd February.
St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
This is good news. But hopefully just before she leaves. What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right.
I don't really have anything else to say to you, to tell you.
All right. She's definitely behaving strangely. So we can coax something out of her. Oh, I guess Mr. Shums has it. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Most people, I bet, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Well, people like me, anyway. So, I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. We should sit around and chat.
Certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. That's for sure. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, we should be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Right, I should say peeking for a gentleman's effects only.
You mustn't do that either.
Maybe you, Mr. Sato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived.
Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
It's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine.
I suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
Oh no!
Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go. Isn't it?
Oh dear. And I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
Down in one.
Great trophy. Wait a moment. Like that green envelope there. Oh!
What was that doing in...
What's his face's room? Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no! I'm so sorry! The bottle of medicine fell down when she did.
Oh, Miss Green, are you all right?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved.
Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually.
And then he fucking died.
Why, he decided to move to a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led to Mr. Gyarados. That's what led him to Mr. Gyarados.
Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. Then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
I'm so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose.
Miss Green.
She looks desperately sad.
I think that's just her look. And now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you are not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. But make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mrs. Soto, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. All right. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
That mouse seems to be dead. Look. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think? Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor. The poor mouse that drank it has sadly died.
Ah!
I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently.
Miss Green, where are you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life?
Ah!
Once we left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? Taking the poison.
No! Miss Green, please, talk to us.
It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes is about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps that hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I sucked this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, poor little mouse is proof of that. No, it's all my fault. What have I done?
I shall remove this from my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection.
No, none.
The card.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. 17th? Of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
At 5 p.m.
It is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad. Yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road? Being the street that Mr. Garriop's house is on.
Does this mean that? Yes, I'm sure you guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness.
So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please. Promise you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. Besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
It's good to be alive. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruto, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare and Mr. Garriop's lodgings, the convicts held. There are many facets to this case, and we are yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
To Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Well, I fear that either way, it would be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yes, Berk van Zieks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn, and to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come?
Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused. Keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city. Home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Saseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to let the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Shum said, tomorrow would be a new dawn. For all of us. So the pipes were replaced.
There goes my idea of like a gas leak. I mean, the gas could still be leaking after all. Because we gotta wonder where the jewels and whatnot went. Down the gas pipe, maybe. Who knows? 23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh God.
This is it then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. The miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything.
And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
Always appreciate your help, Mrs. Sato.
Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined.
That's right. You are sidelined. We don't need you. Fuck you. Stay there. How dare you? Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume.
Good morning. Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear. We didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, just because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut.
I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example!
Oh, yes, there it is. Inner calm.
You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
You've not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
Yes, well, anyway, I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth.
Oh. I've actually reached an important decision myself.
What sort of decision?
I shall fill you in after the trial.
All right.
It would seem Mr. Shum's coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
It's a very clear message, I think. He's overslept again.
The great detective? My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me.
Defendant, and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. When the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere. And I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Oh God, here we go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. Please be as ruthless as you like.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. No sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? Prosecutor's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday, regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results. Please drop the case against the defendant.
Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the Blackguard and Dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid and a little depression on the top of it.
Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night.
Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all.
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation. The defense was fucking right. Who would have thought?
As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasaki Natsume, is blameless here.
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction.
What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean's extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Oh, God. Why?
Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another conversation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a roomful of sweet fuel given.
That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. Never forgotten? Kept all that about the ice coin. That I secret, didn't you? Should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But wouldn't that be a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection! But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert is as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony.
Damn it. I was hoping to make it through that without tripping up.
Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
Please and thank you.
Witness testimony. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning destruction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of what remained in his cup? To make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite. Otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considered suicide. Considering suicide. They knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. The tea inconsistency.
Should I just immediately present? You know what? Let's try. Because like immediately the contradiction here is that if there was any tea left over in Mr. Natsume's cup, it would have left a tea ring, but it didn't, which means he drank it. All right, well,
Hold it!
let's just try pressing for more information while we're here. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume. Is that correct?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine-flavoured brew. Though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shamspear. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Either that or I'm in worse form.
That fated evening, after I did dine, at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
What? I thought you were too poor to eat anything else.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea, thus describe the actions of a fool.
Quite so, quite so.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice?
Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right. No ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With the greatest of pleasure, my liege.
Hold it!
Leftover tea in his cup.
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat, or to die. 'Tis life's only choice.
Yes.
Faith, the cheat be the wiser choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse?
No, I don't. And be very sure so.
Sir,
Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task.
I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But, my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player?
Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Starting with the shoddy shot on your back.
'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance! What a harsh world we live in.
The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel.
Yes, my lord.
Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shamspeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible.
How, chop logic? What is this, ye darky-clad fiend? Fiend?
2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed. Such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday.
The Japanese saying he quoted.
Drink.
Tea? Well, it's hot!
That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours that he was left standing. But,
In short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court.
get thee
To a nunnery!
Objection! I shall drink as well. As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself.
And there he goes.
Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended, until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, They illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspeare.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection! And you just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that had bewitched this court. Prosecution may find summary of the facts. No, he doesn't. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No!
What does this mean, then?
I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about the thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips, but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad.
As salubrious as a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
My lord!
I fucked up.
My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. What the fuck? By me? I'm the one that brought it to light that the guy was stealing gas!
I do declare you may be right.
We all know the waif there has been making coins of ice to keep himself warm. Alright, gotta make sure the microphone stays safe. This lawyer lad says to be stealing gas. He doesn't know the dose of poison, huh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. Sure. Court acknowledges the position of the jury, Foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Y'all a bunch of idiots. Y'all believe in Shamspeare over here. I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord.
Oh, happy day.
How is this happening?
My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. The trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Judicial findings. A man of logic, me. And having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can't quite understand why the man would want to avoid pain.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Keep my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed, the victims lived that night. There's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. But how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. He was already found guilty once, and I can't do it again.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Okay. Be that way.
Jury examination.
The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it! What do you mean by that?
All the evidence, you say?
That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing out at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. When we have that kind of evidence. Don't worry. This summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so.
To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air's a gas and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
It isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject here. Ah, yes, madam. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
No. Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. This has made up it's the price of gas.
Nice.
Ba-da-ba-bum-bum.
Hold it! Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like.
I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man.
Well, it's certainly true that poison's prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Oh, you're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man.
Yes.
You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
I was expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
What?
Hold it!
Let's just keep talking about gas. I like this.
Someone please refrain from all this talk of gas. There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now.
And I've heard about our wonderful fuels, explosions, poisons. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there's nothing in comparison.
An explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. The gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. They are far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
Well, devious. Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? What I was expecting.
We generate gas and deliver it to our customers, fair and square.
Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What?
But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for their precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft! When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah!
That was great. Whoever voiced that, you did perfectly.
Do you have something to add about that, juror number 3?
Oh golly! You mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask your cooperation while we carry out the secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did?
Afraid I have no idea.
Please, tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? Giving away company secrets there? Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you.
What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes. It's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any light connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contact with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all of his might. You can guess what happened, can't you?
Well, if he blew hard, then...
Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out! Along with the stove! Gas started pouring into the house! What a disaster! The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. Afraid I yelled at the fellow. "Why are you trying to kill us all?" I said.
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps...
Yes, it's almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to conclude that information.
Oh,
If you like. I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us.
Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3. You will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Though I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
Blow too hard in the gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. Then you're in real trouble.
Ooh, do I pit this one against that one?
Let's talk about the tea here. This sounds interesting.
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tiny few times now. It's most troubling indeed. Always days like this one when I don't get any wages. There are tea time, see? And I see you doing it. Wife. She gets that devilish look on her face. She slips some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. Someone gives you a cup and you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god awful. Believe you me. Salty as hell.
Oh. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, huh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please.
Hold it! Does that mean that the victim could be shown that and just as something else? You change your lean.
Sorry? What was that now?
Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
There is an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
I suppose. Trouble is,
He has selective hearing?
exactly.
Still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that was so desperately needed.
This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsfield was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mrs. Natsume's tea.
Yes, I know. Trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen.
Miss Naruto, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Oh? Like what?
It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course.
Once again, Suzuki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I only owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. Perhaps I have to let Miss Susato-san remind me. Again.
Sure. More stuff to talk about. When a particular juror is talking, the other jurors will be listening. Naturally. Most of the time, when people are speaking themselves, they are careful to give away more than they want to. When they're listening to others speak, they tend to be less guarded.
Yes, that's very true.
So if you see people reacting strangely in an unguarded moment, you must pursue them to find out why. Yeah, take a look at this, Mr. Naruto. When you press jurors about their assertions, a marker appears in the center of the screen. By using left or right, you can move the marker and see how other jurors are reacting to what's being said. And if you find a particular juror seems to be reacting oddly, you can pursue him or her about it. By catching people off guard, you may be able to glean new and potentially useful information.
Yes! Alright, I've got it! Press, and then if something seems odd, slide the marker with left or right to see if the other juror is having an unusual reaction. If so, pursue that juror.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Oh, gracious! To whose statements do you refer, Counsel?
Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Huh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumble about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What? What explanation?
I wonder, did you please check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light of the scene? To see if there are any traces of poison there.
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
What a piece of work is the man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear. But let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good lord! Will they taste gas pipes? Is that what you're saying?
Was the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas?
Really? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. Oh, damn, Gardo. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. Assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipe.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. In front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it.
All right. Got our attention, lad. Let's see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now I've got the jury's ear. We can make this opportunity count. This is the proof that, time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait. Where they go? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
Never seen anything like it.
Wait, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there, indeed multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder. Would he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Oh!
I don't believe it.
The gas lamp! Though, the reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right. What have you been up to, you nut?
I'd ask the court to recall Juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall Juror number 3's statement. What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe. It caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out, and gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he would have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
Oh yeah, here we go.
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Please, my lord, if I may. It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And, if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation's results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fella has to say about those shady handprints.
Alright, work's still not over. Let's keep going.
What's the matter with you two? I was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair dinkum evidence.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Why, Mr. Shamspeare? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruto. You can do it!
Sweet. Very well. Continue, counsel.
Why haven't you changed?
Hold it!
Can we, yeah, we talked about this, right?
I had no idea. That was unbelievable.
Might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening. All the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly, it is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already.
I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness. Thank you so much.
We'll turn your attention to the next assertion, please, Council.
Ba-da-ba-bum-bum.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointed at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
There's the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events of the night in question. What do you make of that?
What? The so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints of the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mrs. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied there's a possibility that's what the poison was.
Well, yes. I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides,
Yes?
even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he's got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question. Does it?
Oh.
If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You make a very valid point, sir.
What? Oh, that's true. That was a little hasty.
No!
Wait,
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. You and your Japanese cohorts can, that is.
Let's leave our nationality out of this, please.
Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow down that gas pipe on the night in question? Ba-dum-bum. Bum, ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum-bum. Supporting testimony? No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garrett residence that night. Namely... Oh shit.
Take that!
Would be Mr. Natsume, correct? Obviously. No, I'm talking about the defendant. Mrs. Soseki Natsume himself.
Defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out.
So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Hold your horses, sir. What do you do that for?
Mr. Foreman,
What is it, man?
we cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye.
Ah! Fair enough. I said at the outset, a man of logic, first and foremost.
Fuck yeah.
Figured it out.
Moving on. As 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord, we've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
Uh-oh. Did Spotify crash? Whatever.
Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. Say that again, just in case.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial.
Yeah.
Mr. William Shamspeare!
My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
Handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall, eh? How do you explain that, huh?
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who? Me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a prick from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in the British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that... just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are any traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to be spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making the analysis, any analysis, impossible. I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is... to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was trying to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of...
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I've around these parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. Freeze to death in nose time. In nose time, yes.
Mr. Garrideb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous.
I'm talking, of course, but the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder!
Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruto, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. Oh. What advantage? Well, you have seen that somebody put poison in the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible. If I fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As that happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. Prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Huh? What? Don't you worry. We know exactly what... Shit. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. My Nipponese friend. Huh. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? Oh shit. I don't really know. It could be Meterman. He was one of the active people there. It could be Garrideb. I have to present a person. Come on. Fuck, I don't know. Okay, we'll try Meterman first. You claim this person is the true culprit? Highly suspicious, I would say. Yes! Perhaps, my learned Nipponese friend, you should turn those wide eyes of suspicion on yourself. What? For it seems to me that your reckless reasoning makes you far more than anyone else you could name. A very dangerous man indeed. Ah! Mrs. Naruto, please, you must concentrate. I was trying to. Then you must concentrate harder. Harsh.
Take that!
It has to be Shamspear. Fuck. Who the fuck is it? I was thinking it could be Selden. Let's try Garrideb. Nope. I have no clue. What does it want me to say? Ooh,
Take that!
that'd be bold. Nope. What piece of evidence am I forgetting about? Does it really want me to say Saseki-san? No? Well, that was that. Thank you, counsel. That will do. Well, we've already read this shit. Yeah. Guilty. Game over. Fucking. Who's the true culprit? I don't know. Cause like it's obvious that what's his nuts was trying to kill Natsume-san. But to just say it's all like, oh yeah, the true culprit in this matter, I'm trying to fucking figure. I'm trying to say it's Selden. But he's not an option there.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Ah. Whoops. Gotta point out the true culprit. What the fuck?
Take that!
What? I'm almost like getting to the point where I just
Take that!
what? I'm so confused. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mrs. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Miss Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. But I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Ah! Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious! She had poison? And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. What the fuck? What the fuck? So there were 3 items underneath the floor, right? Yeah. Newspaper clipping. The picture. And the empty tin box. What was in that tin box is now gone. But instead, I'm guessing was an envelope or somewhat a card that was then sent to Miss Olive Green. Because after all, how do you seal an envelope? By looking at it. Shit. How did, I did not make a connection here. Whatever. So my computer crashed. But not to worry, we're back now. We got to the point of asking Judge if we could have Miss Olive take the stand, and we shall find out. And that's from that point on. Oops. There we go. Oh God. Oh, it doesn't crash again. That scared me. Okay, is everybody ready? Let's keep going. Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As a voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. You will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant a request. I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I fear the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and its culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Yes. Damn it. Barely any progress. 23rd February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicialist Miss Mikatoba Esquiress. Now, finally, at long last, there could be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, Airlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent.
I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came! How wonderful!
Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. Truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present at court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes! And then I began to muse the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once, so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I did an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink I didn't sleep a wink last night. All night. And the results. By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose? I suppose by experimentation. I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes. And one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah! Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to. It was a laborious task. The bottle was near empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder shows. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. Was right. Perhaps. Though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care. But licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. The bottle of poison has been entered into the court record. Ah, could I have a word? Ah, it's Gregson.
Oh, could I have a word?
There we go. Gregson! How good of you to come.
Forget it. Excuse me.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. The look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. That I'm not here.
Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of, yes, Selden.
I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
Thank you. Capital Offender's file has been entered into the court record. Scotland Yard's file about convicted Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. Cool. It's all in one now. 18 counts burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains uncovered. Yeah, unrecovered. There we go. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Ancient Strange Ways Prison announced the death of the convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by shouts of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. I just had to make sure everything was the same, right? Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Yeah. Oh, wait. We also have the bottle. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants at the bottom of the bottle. Look.
You must have been tempted to try it.
Of course not. As long as we don't lose this trial.
No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruto.
Make your mind up, Susato-san. Some people just don't like morbid humor. Can't even look down this damn thing. Quickly, zoom it enhance. Or shake the bottle. Well, ain't finding nothing out of that.
These documents include the details of it in the newspaper cutting we found in Mrs. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Oh, thank you. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, the other ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure that things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows. And the inspector here has a shining diamond in its crown. Shining diamond? In the rough, maybe? Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Huh. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mrs. Sholmes. Rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally, so best of luck to you. Look, student, Mrs. Naruto, Esquire! Yes, Mrs. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Sasaki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. It's all coming to a head now. Do it, Mianosuke. You have to. February, 12:30 p.m. The Old Bailey, courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we have heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. Rather cold assessment from the honourable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a courtier.
Coterier.
Coterier, I think is how you say it. Mr. Shamspeare,
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are, in fact, the assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green,
Yes.
you are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage.
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being, to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So it happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. On the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the garret of a household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might be and what might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I fear, Miss Green.
At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago, you mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
The evening of 17th February.
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Yes. The second incident inside a week. What? Oh, God.
Excuse me.
Ooh, sudden yawn.
Yes, the second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume that this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine!
When Saseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance.
It's true, but it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. Something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord.
6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow. I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Hold it!
What were you doing in the area?
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry I had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and should not be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. We're just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attended. What's it called?
Ah, yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
According to Mr. Shelms, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road,
Which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road. Isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course, I thought it would make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of the town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. Do we even have information about that?
Ugh.
I do not have the card now. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
Hold it!
Soup, right? A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
Hmm?
What do you mean, Lord Van Zieks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
It's true. The menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water, and different levels of cloudiness.
I would have expected Grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different could water really be?
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on the day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Not at the moment. Wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. The closest thing is this.
Huh. So then why did Miss Green have it? Technically, he was there, and he went to go take a peek at the painting that she had laid on the ground, right? Huh. Perhaps he dropped it at that point in time. And that's when she read it. But then why would she try to kill herself? At that point in time.
Questions upon questions. If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspeare went there, we must present it to the court.
Yes, absolutely. That is all in the matter, Counsel. I would ask Miss Green to reiterate on her next statement.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, "I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross."
What does that matter? It has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question.
Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er a thought.
Don't tell me. Because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, then. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green?
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Yes, Miss Green's card has been entered into the court record. Of course. That's what links Mr. Shamspeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with the testimony, please, Miss Green. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that.
What is it?
The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else.
You don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto?
Exactly. That's it. Try to match them up. Perfect.
They go together perfectly. This torn-off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card.
Can't read the note, huh?
Hold it!
I think it was this one. Trying to hide what she was doing. Yep. Bloom.
Hold it!
The fact that Van Zeeks knew about the slug and salad. Is that evidence? There we go. Mr. Shamspeare.
Yes, sire.
The day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest.
Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely, this one,
Take that!
right? I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord. Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Well... Excuse me? Can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, you think so, yes. But it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
You what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address, and upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn-off end of an envelope. Envelope. Is that how they say it? Envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room.
In my room?
Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well...
Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it.
You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me?
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
Miss Green,
Yes?
whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes. I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of the curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, did you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. As for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Wow, short testimony.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
With that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That dinner was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
That's odd. How would you know that? If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mrs. Shamspeare's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry.
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mrs. Shamspeare's room. There could be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. It's not a pretty one.
Woof. My internet. Where's it going? Come back. Well, the bitrate is okay. Must have dropped a couple of frames. That's okay. Woof.
That sucks.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire. 'Tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alack, if the choices be betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'twas foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature.
Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true I was compelled by my own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end my curiosity was not satiated. On the day writ therein I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared?
Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to an almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sire, flies!
Good lord.
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me?
I think they were just flies.
I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Buzz around? Is that wrong of me? Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsumi's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Seek's getting at?
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamsby about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamsby's lodging.
Objection!
But for what reason would a witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mrs. Shamsby's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruto.
We're close now. I can feel it. So close to a breakthrough.
Why is she calling him a villain? She shouldn't know anything else about this case. She shouldn't know that we're...
Hold it!
Interesting. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long, and in vain. Mrs. Naruto, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Susato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
is evidence. Yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamsby's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes, I'm afraid to say. The outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. This would be the only reason why, right?
Objection!
Oof. Wasn't it?
My lord, there are clearly grounds for being suspicious of that last statement.
I'm sorry, counsel, but I fail to see why.
Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate.
Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruto.
It's a man merely dishing out penalties.
Objection!
Okay.
Who's the other one?
Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Shams's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified Strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Oh! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason, and one reason alone. To uncover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp into Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room, too. It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green! Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Me? Oh my. Order! Order! Counsel! Are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago. And the victim has put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected. The intended murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Francis.
And of course, the following morning there was more activity in Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Yes! I mean, his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder.
That's right. As the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier.
Very. Oh, they gave her a little crate.
With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Just why? Why are you trying to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up. Someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I heard that name somewhere. I knew I heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. It does ring a vague... Oh, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mrs. Shamspeare blowing into a gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ah!
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. It's all people care about. It's an interesting story they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they get bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was...
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mrs. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary!
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mrs. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry.
You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence of something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, vileness, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rotundity of woman. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. The whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me how to unlock the door. Some terps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness, oh, artfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found. What evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose. And underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes. This rather nice key.
What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color had drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now!
It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. No, What's all this about? He inherited that key.
It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I didn't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness! Mr. Shamsby has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspeare, at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? We need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspeare's alleged crimes?
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some £1,000 worth of loot that he sold, which as yet remains to be found. Yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. £1,000 loss en route to hell. That's how the papers summed it up. Seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot. And perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in his file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot! So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Sasaki Natsume? The defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the £1,000 of loot left behind by the dead convict.
Figured it out.
Looks like I'm going to snuff it. Or they get me to stretch my back. Listen, wanted to have me loot. Anything. Stop the coppers getting their mitts on it.
It's hidden in the room. I was lodging when they got me. Yeah. It's the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you now, I guess. Shamspear. It's mine. What did you just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shamspear. Lies. I don't accept any of it. Or should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. I'm the victim here, remember? Is that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruto.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No.
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
It's the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, that we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord! Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal of how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance. This has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already. It definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall? We already used it once, huh? Is it this?
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspear's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think he's the great bard. I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspear. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! Tis Sherlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are at the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes! Does no Lord Van Deeksten. I'll have to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as the great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It is the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Ah! Need only a small sample of something that individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary! So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes! What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. Convict was arrested. He was living in what is now Saseki-san's room. I need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Huh. Shit. I don't know. What would it be? What would it be, I wonder? We can always use a pair of teacups again. I have no clue. Huh, what would it be then? Of course. We'll need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Finally came to me. The key. Miss Green. Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden had touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamspeare. It's one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. What?
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspeare. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Oh, shameful spear! Despair! In thy name! Damn, he made good hair.
Those will be the next series of shoes. They're called Sham Spears.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? He was 3 months behind. I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Sigarda really had a lot to put up with. And he had a gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing. And 5 days ago, after the incident on Brighter Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Jones spent the whole day in there reading books. Couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, he once again tried to trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget a conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. It's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if that's important to you. So looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my...
There are spare rooms in my house. Why'd you leave that horrible room tonight?
Nah, I don't know. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. The very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known what's going to happen. I'd have insisted he'd left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. Sat myself down next to him. Some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. The place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. The pipe's been checked. The problem there. It's like I am the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Oh, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, but how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. It just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. Plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
Black market.
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. You really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I'd find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with. And wait. Mr. Shamsby was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. Could have told the police. Could have done anything else.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mrs. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I made a good amount of the poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying the devil's work wouldn't be done. It was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done. The culprit would get his just desserts.
I flubbed up that final line. Sucks. Damn it. I was doing so well, too.
"3 days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we would subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord.
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mrs. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruto.
Yes.
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from
Ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. It's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Miss Green.
Mrs. Soseki Natsume,
Yes, my lord.
the court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I will call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty.
Oh, after 2 failures through the trial. Yay.
Court is adjourned. February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, yes. Yes, at last. Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache! No, this has nothing to do with my mustache!
Some say the luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Local student Mr. Naruhiro Esquire, once again, you saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land and bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life this week than in all my years to date. For the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What?
You just wanted to become friends here in England? What a terrible shame.
It does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! You'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature! Why not? When that's precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, maybe for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Ah, it's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dark when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm sure. I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it! Objection!
And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. But barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial. The following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. (24th February, 10:13 a.m. Mr. Natsume's room.
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To recover this secret hiding place in just one day.
That's supposed to take 30 minutes. As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Gregsy's been happily munching an agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall. What the? What is that?
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
A collar? It's huge, though!
And look at all the gemstones sit in it. I can see why it's claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? Some dark stains.
You don't think there could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then of course there's this emblem here. A large letter B. And a small crown.
What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that.
Really?
I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? What could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? Well, the colour is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? Could be valuable evidence, after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over, now! I've never seen a collar that large before. All those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. It's what stood out most to me, at least. Now once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? Baskerville?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
You look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. This case would be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
I'm talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Motherfucker, you stole my job! Shut up!
Now, looking back, I feel I understand.
Damn.
I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
No way. That was case 2, dude. That took forever.
The key of knowledge.
What time is it? 9:30? Damn, it's almost movie time. Fuck. Sad face.
Well, it looks like we'll be saving Stranger Paradise for maybe tomorrow. We'll see. So, no Stranger Paradise tonight. It'll probably be tomorrow, hopefully. But for now, thank you everybody for watching. You're all so cool for just tuning in, just chilling out. Even those watching the VOD, especially those of you. Oh yeah. Everybody, YouTube, thanks for watching. Keep your mind sharp. Stay safe out there.